Alright, let's try this again. Ah, okay. That's working. That's a plus. I've had so many technical difficulties for the last couple of days. I'm genuinely stunned this is working. Cool. Well, screw it. I'll just jump back in, I guess. So, the last thing I did with this was these. So I'd done the wire, paper, but there was no backing on it. So the wire came out, which is fine. It doesn't matter a whole bunch. But also it does matter, because it's just going to be easier if I've got wire to poke through things to lock it all in place when I'm assembling it. So I decided I'd give it another trial, right? And this time, what I did was I took my original, like, line art patterny thing, and I traced over it. This is like Blue Peter style, because here's one I made earlier. But I traced over it so that I had just like all the individual feathers drawn out onto one sheet of paper. Then I stuck that over a plain bit, cut out 2 lots at the same time, so that I had 2 copies of the pattern, and then used one of them as the back, and still did like the faffage on the top, because again, getting things to curve, absolute nightmare, so it's just easier if I do it in segments. But that's what I used that for. So now it's actually locked in, and I have 2 of those that are exactly the same, so I can then work off of that as one pauldron and then do the same for the other one. So yeah, I'm just going to be sticking more glue and wire on things and stuff, and that's kind of the gist of it. It's not particularly exciting, but also I have to do this first, because I need to leave glue to dry throughout the rest of the day while I work on other stuff. So it is what it is. And I'm so determined that, like, the whole point of this as a project, and this is why I have the cope jar now, but the whole point of this as a project was, this is just like an easy thing that shouldn't take me very long. My intent is to try and still fulfill that as an obligation. How successful I'm going to be, I wouldn't be placing any bets on it, basically. Right, bear with. Because sod's law, having been absolutely freezing, I'm now a little bit warm. I hope that's fine. Occurs to me I probably should have muted that first, but it's fine. As I keep clarifying, I'm not a professional. And at some point, that will cease to be a reasonable excuse. But for now, it's fine. Look, I'm still learning how to handle any of this. So, and it's been ages since I've done all of this properly. And new space, new projects, new situations, really. So, screw it. I'm forcing myself to contend with imperfect scenarios. Because I've always been very much 0 or 100. Either everything's perfect or nothing is. And I need to become accustomed to accepting that living in between is not the absolute end of the world. I'm not going to like it a whole bunch, but it's not the end of the world. But yeah, this is meant to just be a fun little jaunt of a project. It won't be. I know it won't be. It will end up being really stressful for absolutely no good reason. And I accept my fate on that one. I accept that that is the inevitability. But for now, I can pretend. So, screw it. It's fine. It's fine, and I need to use it as like a little warm-up project, like a little test of various, which is all any of this has been, really. Like, my intent was to be streaming stuff all week this week, and I have tried to do so literally every single day, and something has consistently got in the way of that. Whether it's technical difficulties, which I'm hoping I've ironed out now, literally having my antivirus freak out on me and having to go sort all of that out. Thoroughly personal admin getting in the way. Things that kind of crop up and you have to sort them out immediately. All that good stuff. So, yeah, I've had a fairly interesting run of it so far. And I'm hoping, well, these are just here for demo anyway, but I'm hoping that I can now just kind of get stuck into something, maybe, please. That's all I want. I just want to get on with it. It's all I've wanted this whole time. Right, I'm going to leave these together, because I did this one the wrong way round, so I have to remember to have this on the reverse. So for now, they're going up there, because I know me and I will forget. I can't just trust that. That would be foolish. And my hands are purple. Again. It's going to be really, really nice when there's actually electricity out here. So I can just flick a switch on a heater and then wander off for 5 minutes and come back and have the room at a workable temperature. That's going to be great. But for now... God, it's so irritating. But it's workable. It's all workable. At least this as a building exists now, so I can do stuff with it. That's the main thing. Right. Now to try and remember how I did all of this yesterday. Because I wanted to try and get stuff done in a more timely fashion. So I was really just messing around with, alright, well, what can I... How sloppy can I be, basically? That's what it boiled down to. And the answer was reasonably sloppy. It's just trying to get used to, like, you know... It's trying to get better at not getting lost in the sauce. That's what it boils down to. Because I have such a tendency to just spend hours and hours on super inconsequential aspects of stuff. And in an ideal world, awesome. That's an amazing way to spend my time. I would love that. However, that's not really feasible at the minute. So I need to try and draw some lines, basically. Get better at recognizing when things are just taking too long for what I'd get out of it, you know? It's that whole, like, trying to have an appropriate level of... It's things being fit for purpose, you know? That's all it is. Things being fit for purpose and accepting and acknowledging that time is my biggest adversary. That has always been my problem. If I had the ability to pause time, it would be fine, but I don't. So I have to get better at being quick and gauging where things will and won't matter, irrespective of how much they bother me, because they will, and I just have to get over myself. That's all it is. But I think it also, it's one of those, like, anytime I start a new project, that's always, like, the biggest learning curve. Is trying something and going, okay, well, that took too long, so let's not do it like that next time round. And there was an awful lot of that with FDL. Like, if I'd given myself, like, an extra year for that, then holy shit. That would have been absolutely phenomenal. And don't get me wrong, I'm extremely proud of it. But there are lots of little things that I wanted to add, and I never got the chance because I didn't give myself enough time. Because I didn't know how long it was going to take. And even assuming the worst was not long enough. But that's just the nature of anything like this. Like, it's an agonizing cliche, but you will not know until you try. You just won't. And I didn't. But I came away from it with a trophy anyway, which is pretty awesome. So that is obscenely cool. And I have the sword in my bedroom, pride of place, and I look at it literally every day, and it makes me smile. Even if it's not... It's the paint job. The paint job bothers me. I wanted to do a lot more with it than I had time to do. So who knows, maybe at some point before October, I'll go back over it, repaint it, and just make it a little bit better. Because it's chipped in various places, because I didn't have the time to seal it. So maybe at some point I'll get around to doing that. That'd be nice. Just kind of finesse everything that I didn't get the chance to finesse before. I suppose in my defense, it was the first time I've ever made anything with the express intent of competing with it. So it was a whole load of brand new experiences. And, like, I knew it was going to be intense. I knew there was going to be a lot of pressure because I do that to myself always anyway. But I was not prepared for how stressful it was gonna be, purely for the time factor. Purely the time factor. Like, okay, yeah, on the day it was also very stressful, but that was just the logistics and, like, trying to see where I'm meant to go and who I need to talk to and, like, where I need to line up for judging, etc. That's all just standard affair. Like, the main stress was just from wondering whether I was even going to finish in time. Hey, what's up? You're up early. I think I fixed the bots, by the way. I hope. I really hope. I couldn't find anywhere else to fix them. What am I making? I'm making a bunch of paper feathers to make, like, pauldrons. Trust me, it should work. It's for, have I spoken to you about Fantasy Forest before? I probably have, right? Because it'll be for that. So, a couple of months from now. Oish, rough. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's meant to be one of those, like, fun little inconsequential projects. And I fully accept that that is majority cope, and it will end up consuming a large amount of my headspace. So... Okay, 5 hours isn't hideous. I think I just about scraped 4 last night, but also, like, I can do that. I shouldn't, but I can, so it's not a flex, and I don't recommend it. Okay, right, hang on. I have... Did I bring the jar back in here, or is it still in the other room? Hang on. Where did I keep it? I will fulfill my obligation to put a token in the jar. Oh no, it is back in here. Okay. Right. Okay, don't ever say I'm not a man of my word. I accept the consequences of my actions. Okay. Well, do you have to be out early this morning, or are you able to just kind of contend with that as and when, basically? Oh, okay. I mean, you started that, what, a couple of days ago, so I'm hoping you've managed to make it a fair ways through. And that there isn't too much that you've got to do. Oh, okay, cool, cool. Good. I am genuinely surprised. But then I don't know how much more you actually had to add to anything, so I just know that the fonts were different and that everyone was bothered. Ooh, that's nice. What'd you get? Oh, personal statement. Right, okay. That's probably fine. I'd offer to look over it again, but if you've got to have it ready for 1, then I ain't gonna get the time for that. Blimey. Nice. Well, that's fun. Right, okay. Well, it depends. If you're gonna have a little bit of time, then I can probably give it a look. Because what, it's Friday today, right? Unless I'm going actually clinical. Pretty sure it's Friday. Because I was convinced it was Wednesday yesterday, and it wasn't, and that upset me. Okay, cool. I am just completely losing track of absolutely everything at the minute. But it's like that when, like, every day is chaos, and there is actually no structure, even when I'm actively trying to establish it. Like, things just keep getting in the way. Go on. Oh. Oh, that's very cool. That is actually genuinely awesome. Because when I was doing all of this, like, back September, October, I didn't understand how necessary it was to have a second monitor. So going into it this time round, I'm using my graphics tablet, and that has been so useful. It's actually insane. Yeah, no, it is. It's one of those, like, first world problem type things, but it's real. It's so real. Not having 2 screens, like, initially I was very anti, because so many people had said the same, and I was like, no, I'm fine, I don't need 2 screens. But no, genuinely, it is actually a game changer. It just is. I wish it wasn't, but it is. Yeah, no, fair. Totally fair. That is crazy useful. course you did. That's very on brand. And I can't chat a lot of shit on that one, because I don't think I'd do much different. Like, whenever I get a new device, my first thoughts are always personalization. Like, what background am I going to set? What themes am I going to use? And then, if cases are applicable, what do I get? Like, I would have a case for my phone if I could find any for the model that I have, but I can't, so I haven't. And now it's cracked anyway, so... Although I am considering, like... what's it called? There is a word for it, but it's the, what model do I have? I don't even remember, which is really bad. I think it's a Samsung something, but it's basically, the problem with it is it's the one that has, like, the lenses for the camera are weird and sticky outy, so if I wanted to find a case for it, it has to be, like, specifically for this bit, and it's just really obnoxious. And also, yeah, like, the cracks that run along this thing are pretty savage. But I'm thinking of taking, like, a load of gold paint to fill in those cracks, because it's a Japanese technique, and I've forgotten... Is it kintsugi? It's something like that. And yeah, it's just gold. Whenever things break, like, it's a way that they'd fix stuff and then make it a feature, is to just fill it with this, like, gold paste. So I'm thinking of doing the same for my phone, and then just be like, hey, it's a feature. So I might do it at some point, because it'd be a pretty quick and easy... I'd just use paint, I wouldn't do anything fancy. But it's one of those things that every time I look at the cracks on this, oh yeah, I should do that at some point, and then I just don't. Because of course I don't. Because something else will enter my head instead, and I'll end up doing that. Oh. Let me click this. Ah, I see. Yeah, no, it does look... Yeah, no, it does look right. How are you able to find this immediately, and then I spent ages looking and found actually nothing? That's actually a little bit outrageous. Also, the fact that it's just, like, glittery frogs. That's very you. Yeah, how dare you immediately solve a problem that I've had for definitely months, potentially years. Of course it's dinosaurs. I would have put a substantial amount of money on it being dinosaurs. In fairness, I do have, like, a couple of pop sockets that I could put on there. I just never have, because they're, like... they're fancy, and I don't want to waste them. So I've just kept them in a drawer, which is really dense. Because what I could do is use them as, like, drawer handles, because I have a chest of drawers down here, like the plastic ones. I could just slap them on the front and use them as handles, and they'd be really cute. but I just haven't used them. Bruh. Out in sympathy, I guess. Have you been walking? Because the last we met, you hadn't been walking. And that became an immediate problem. Are you getting any amount of decent exercise? No, of course not. Of course not. That's so you. I'm gonna tilt this slightly. There we go. Ah, you can see Steve. Excellent. Yeah, of course not. You were winded to a fairly outrageous extent the last we met up. Considering I took you around, like, the easy route. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. No, I definitely feel that. I am just motivated by fury. So I get to a point where, like, my strat has been, you know that whole, like, your parents catch you smoking, so they make you smoke an entire pack, and then you never want to smoke again. You know that whole premise? I basically do that. So, like, when I have no motivation for things, I just force myself to do literally nothing, and then it gets to a point where I hate it so viscerally that I jump back into doing everything. The weather sucks. Have I seen it for next weekend? No. Why? Don't tell me it's going to be really hot, because I will cry. Ah, I see. Fun. 27! Yeah, I'm staying indoors next weekend. Actually, I might be able to stay out here, because it'll be cold for a long time anyway. And I have aircon that I can bring in here. So... Really? This morning? Does she not, like... Because you've been doing this for a long time, right? When did she find out? That's an unhinged time to receive a text, let alone one about you smoking. And as far as I know, you've been smoking for ages. Yeah. What? What are you talking about? The weather, right, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, because okay, right, so your mum texted you about the weather this morning. Got it, got it. Right, well, I'm having to contend with the stream lag and trying to figure out what the fuck's going on. In fairness, it's not super laggy, so it's not that bad. And for you to be that distracted when all you're making is toast, it's pretty cringe. Like, you worked in a lab for a while, and I feel like I should be more concerned. But then I also worked in a lab for a while, and that is a concern. True. Yeah, that is true, but then it's not stopped you before. Like, the amount of times I'll see I had a message from you when I finally reach the gym in the mornings, and I'll reply, and I'll put my phone down, and then it'll ping, because you have immediately texted me back. And it's totally unnecessary, because it's always just something like lol or yup. Like, it's never anything substantial. Yeah. Like that, you know? Objectively just unnecessary. But you'll do it anyway. Yeah, it must be. Jeez. Can't say I can relate to that one. I don't enjoy screen time particularly. It's kind of one of those necessary evils most of the time. True, okay, yeah, I suppose. And also, engagement is objectively useful for me, so, you know, I'm not going to stop you. That would just be foolish. Doing me a favour. It's difficult to monologue. I don't like it. Contrary to popular belief, I'm not inherently a yapper. I'm having to try and condition myself into it. Yeah, no, jeez, you're horrendous. You just do not shut up. Oh, really? I mean, I suppose I haven't... I don't know, I've hung around with her a little bit, but I don't know, I wasn't really thinking about it a whole bunch, so I can't say I noticed particularly. Between the two of you, I was just kind of sat there, just vibing, and letting you guys kick off about various. Jeez. Yeah, no. I definitely can't relate to that. Definitely not. Even when I'm in voice calls with friends, a lot of it is spent just quiet. Because, well, you know, we were playing like the same games together or whatever, but just doing our own things, and we just don't. Unless we're in voice for like D&D, then obviously it's carnage. But for the most part, not really. You got... Nah. Nah, that is outrageous. How dare you? You're clearly doing it wrong if you're getting bored. I'm technically involved in... hang on. 4 campaigns? One of which has been going for like the last 2 and a bit years, I think. I'd have to double check the numbers, because we were discussing it recently, and we were all, like, stunned. The one that we're currently doing has been going for over a year, but I'm pretty sure the other one is like 2 and a bit. Maybe even more. But then that's mainly because, like, trying to line up everyone's work schedules and babysitting and blah blah blah. Like, trying to get an adult group of friends in a room together on a semi-regular basis. It's not easy. You know, it's cute that you think that that's a long time. That says a lot. That you think that 45 minutes for one enemy is a long time to be fighting something. That's real cute. You have much to learn. Okay, well, so that's the thing, right, is it makes a massive, massive difference, the group that you're with. Yeah, and that's the thing. So, I've got 2 different groups of friends that I play with. One of them, I ducked out of the campaign recently because of everything I had to deal with my granddad. And, like, it's fine, but it's just... it's not as good as the other group of friends, you know? The other group is absolutely, like... it's not a fair comparison, really. Because, like, the other group has... 3 of them are regular DMs, so they know what they're doing. This first group, it's my mate's first time DMing anything, and he's doing a really solid job. But compared to, like, the legacy DMs, it's nuts. Okay, yeah. Right. Yeah, no, it definitely makes a difference, although I will say, with, like, the elite D&D lot, I only knew... well, I only knew one of them well when we first convened to play. I knew the other one from school, but we didn't talk a whole lot. But now, a number of years later, we are still here convening, and we are exceptionally tight, and it is a crazy campaign. And now there's the second one that we're doing alongside, and now there's going to be a third one that's happening within that same group. DMing is hard. DMing is really, really hard. Like, I look at it, and I'm like... I think when I first was looking at D&D, I was like, yo, DMing sounds amazing, like, coming up with your own story, and it just becomes like a choose-your-own-adventure thing, like, that's such an awesome concept. But I'm really glad I didn't try and do that straight away, because having played a number of campaigns, that's not how it works. You do not make the story. You make the background, you make the world that you operate in, but the story is not yours. And it never will be. Right, okay. Yeah, no, the group does make a huge difference. It absolutely does. So don't count yourself out too soon. Because, okay, another thing that really matters, what are the play styles like? Like, is everyone fairly serious? Do people know what they're doing? Yes, always. Literally always. It is entirely player-led. That's just how it works. And that's why I don't think I will... If I were to DM, it would have to be brief, because I would lose my mind trying to herd these lunatics, and it just doesn't appeal to me. Okay, yeah. Okay. Alright, so I was gonna say, playing for sillies is objectively the best way to play, in my opinion. Like, I've got a serious character for the next campaign that's being run. But that's just because I have not played a serious character in years. And I thought, you know what? This is a fairly complicated world. Let's bust out a serious one. But for the most part, you want to just be silly. Like, you will have an objectively better time if you are just dumb. Yeah, no, keep trying. Definitely keep trying. Because the other thing is, when you are first getting into everything, there are so many areas that it's a trial by fire, right? Like, there is so much that you have to learn really quickly to be able to play effectively. Like, the bell curve on that thing is steep. You are either 0 or 100, and there's no in between. I see, okay. Alright, so yeah, it is silly. That is a plus. That is always a plus. But it also depends massively on what your DM's like. Because we've got a couple of, well, like I say, 3 of them are experienced DMs, but so far we've had 2 of the 3 actually DMing a campaign. And they have different styles for leading the campaign. That also matters. Oh, that's handy. Yeah, okay. Did you manage to play it as an actual one-shot, though? Because I'm yet to do that, ever. It is never one session. I don't understand how it can ever be. That is impressively brief. Blimey. Yeah, no, I've literally never had that. Like, every single time we've tried, it's just devolved into total carnage within, like, the first, what, hour and a half? By that point, we all just kind of accept that, like, yeah, this is no longer a one-shot. Fine. Fine. Is that it? Jeez. You can't get anything done in 2 hours. But, I mean, I know I can't get anything done in 2 hours. Not with my lot. Not with either group. Like, we'll spend 2 hours doing side stuff. Like, we spent a whole session once just in the market in this town. Like, arguing with the DM over why we should be allowed very specific items. And our sessions run from, like, what? Sort of 1 till about, like, 5? So... Oh, there's only 3. Okay, right. Okay, well there's... I think there's 5 of us. If it's... Yeah, there's 5 of us. So... it will take a little bit longer at a baseline. But also, it does depend massively on the DM. Because that really is why that session took so long. Because the DM was trying very hard to kind of limit our nonsense. And we just kept pushing back. And it was at the end of the session, he was talking about, like, oh, I need to get better at shutting you guys down. I was like, yeah, no, our bad. We absolutely exploited that, and we shouldn't have. Like, we definitely took the piss. So DMing is hard. You're basically just like a preschool teacher. Making characters is so much fun that I just do that in my spare time for no reason. A website that you need immediately, and you need to check it out, Hero Forge. Search for Hero Forge, and thank me later, because I have spent so much time... Yes, good, excellent, correct. That is the best place for it. Okay, right. So I make my sheets on Roll20. A lot of my mates use D&D Beyond, but I've never used it, so I wouldn't know what to do with that. The thing with making characters is it is just a lot of reading, to be honest. Just a lot of reading and researching. And that's kind of inescapable. Like, every single time I bring a new character into a campaign, I just set aside an entire afternoon just to read Okay, right. Yeah, cool. See, the main one that I'm in is in person. So I just have a paper sheet, but I assembled the sheet through Roll20 because I use Roll20 for the other campaign that I have with mates online. So yeah, so that's all I know. But D&D Beyond is good. I just don't know how it works particularly. You just have to keep trying, and you'll eventually get a feel for the things that you like and the play style that works for you. Right. Yeah, I think that's the other thing. It really helps if you spend a long time agonizing over character specifics. Because if you end up super invested in something, then obviously, like, you're just going to have a much better time. Because you've got a much better feel for how you should be playing a certain character. Yeah. Well, that's the other thing, right? Like, I know the first... Actually, in fairness, that's a lie. So the first session that I ever played with my main group, I only really knew one of the guys there. And I was super awkward about doing any, like, proper character roleplay stuff. But I did it anyway. And it got easier. Like, I just jumped in at the deep end and was like, yep, character voices, here we go. Let's do this. I mean, I deliberately picked a voice that was an easy one. And actually was one that I'd used for another character in a different campaign that was also running at the time. I forget how many of these I've actually done. Because that character was in 2 campaigns. And he managed to survive both of them, and I don't know how, because he's a beautiful idiot. But he did it. Bless him. So it's just picking things that you can pull off, really. And then just jumping in at the deep end, to be honest. Just say, screw it. Okay, right. That's the thing, like, trying to assemble other people, like, it seems fairly easy on the face of it, because, yeah, a bunch of people would absolutely be down for stuff like this. And they are. But getting everyone free at the same time, just, it's not a thing. It's really not a thing. You just kind of have to stick with it. But definitely going in with a really strong idea of a very specific character is extremely helpful. You want to be invested in your own stuff, you know? That's hilarious. That's an amazing idea. I love that. That is brilliant. You mean a room full of potential Spectrum dwellers running a campaign about struggling to communicate? Is that what you're telling me right now? It's a bit on the nose, isn't it? I mean, I'm not gonna lie. A lot of D&D does end up inadvertently being projection. Like it's happened more times than I was expecting it to. But there have been a lot of like genuinely personal things that have ended up coming out in like weird D&D therapy sessions. It does happen. Okay, yeah. No, like hunters are good. They're good, like just all rounders. And that was the first class. Well, actually, technically, the very first class I ever played was a rogue, but that was back before I knew what I was doing in any sort of proper capacity. But the ranger was like the first proper go of things. So I can confirm they are great. That is a perfectly reasonable choice. I've wanted to mix it up a bit, but I don't know. I tend to find I keep gravitating toward the same things. And I'm trying to actively not do that. Like, I somehow have managed to play a warlock 3 times. It was never my intent, and I've just realised that the character I'm bringing to the next campaign is also a warlock. I don't understand, because I don't even enjoy warlocks particularly. I think it's just because, like, the character background can be so interesting, so it just ends up being like that. But I'm determined to play other classes. Well, then say mid-September, right? Like, that's applicable, I'd assume. And of course it was. Of course it was. Like, again, I would have put money on that. You're so predictable. Although, in fairness, I'm also predictable, because you can probably guess what species my first character was. No, nothing will surprise me. It really won't. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Of course. Of course I was an elf. I am yet to do anything in that vein. Which is a surprise, because every single Skyrim playthrough I've ever done has always been a dark elf. But no, it was a sun elf, I believe, was the first one. And now I'm just committing to always being some kind of fey creature. Because why would you play D&D and be a human? I don't understand. Like, I'm here to escape my existence. Why would I want to just reaffirm it, you know? Ah, okay. Yeah, 3 and 5 are fairly standard starting points, depending. We tend to start at 3, just because, as you say, at 5 there's a lot to kind of jump into. Whereas at least if it's 3, you've had a couple of levels to get accustomed to the way you like to do things. But you'll get the hang of it. The group definitely makes a huge difference. But also, like, in the early days, trying to establish the tone of a campaign is really difficult. Because, you know, you can start off in a really kind of dark and gritty world, but that doesn't mean that that's how it's going to play, you know? And it's always dictated by the players. Yeah, that's a lot, jeez. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of like, ooh, I could use this, and this, or I could just shoot them. Whereas I have the opposite problem with warlocks. There are a whole bunch of spells that I could use, but I only have the ability to use 2 of them. And that's so frustrating. Lame. That's still... Well, I was going to say, it's still fairly early. I kind of just lose track of time these days. Like, I'd been planning to establish, like, 7 as my starting time for all of this stuff. That's the intent. Because that just seems to be the most reasonable. Yeah, no, that's grim. That is grim. Because that was the other thing, is like, I'd considered, oh, do I just, like, start doing the old sort of 2 AM streams again? But no, because that's my gym time, damn it. Like, I was only doing things at that time because I was skipping out and going to the gym. And I don't want to be doing that. So I've decided, no, it will be aim for 7. That is the intent. If it's slightly earlier, good for me. But it should be 7. Ooh. Yeah, okay, yeah, sold. Absolutely sold. That's superb. I keep forgetting that accommodation exists and has to be thought about. Because when I was dealing with uni stuff, it was just, alright, well, I have a place with my current boyfriend, so whatevs. Like, we'll just stay here, I guess. Like, I didn't have to think about it a whole bunch. But having a dog, automatic W. Oh, it's one of those. See, I've only ever come across that once before, and it's at my dad's parents' house. Like, in their bedroom, there is just a sink, and that's really weird to me. Like, it's like a, you know, like a countertop, and then just there's a sink. And it's strange, and I don't like it. Because, like, in the uni rooms that I've been in before, like, it's all just self-contained. So, like, you'd have your room with your bed in it, and then you've got, like, a desk, but then there's, like, a little cupboard door that you open, and then there's the shower and the toilet, cool, fine. But having it just in the room is so weird. Nah, like not having it sort of in its own compartment, that's odd, and I don't like it. Like, I want to have the separation, you know? It's like hotel rooms. Like, they have the shower and toilet and stuff in, like, a little cupboard. That's fine. But just having it out in the room is weird, and I hate it. Ugh. No. No, no, no. Hang on. Right. Carpeted floor with a shower, like, in the same. Because that's that's the that is a hard no. I don't. I'm not sure whether a dog would be enough to convince me to go with that. Like, that's, if true, that is like the ultimate no. I'd have to like I'd have to like lay something down over a little section of floor. I'm sure it does. Carpets and showers. No, I shouldn't be as upset about that as I am, but I am. And I can recognize that this is irrational, but I am actually miffed about that. Like, I'd have to get, you know when you have like builders in the house and they roll out like that little floor protector thing that's like sticky on one side. I'd have to have a bunch of that just laid down over the carpet, or I would be so upset. No. Oh my god, no. No. No, no. Burn it. Actually burn it. That's awful. That's psychotic. I hate everything about that. Okay. For a second there, I was worried that, like, I was gonna have to lose your number or something. Because that is an absolute deal breaker. That's thrown me off so hard. Good. No. Under no circumstances. That is grim. Like, I have put up with, like, brown and orange 70s downstairs toilet decor. I've been okay with it because the floor has been laminate. So I'll live. But if it had been carpeted, I would have just torched the building. Not even joking. Yeah. Well, in fairness, I like laminate, like, you know, like the laminate floorboard tiles, like the kind that I've done in here. I don't know, I can try and move the webcam, but I feel like I'm going to break it, so I won't. But it's, so like that kind of floor, that's like the fake wood plank laminate tile things. I like that. And no, 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 no thick fluffy carpet. That upsets me. Yeah, yeah, literally that stuff. So my ideal situation would be to have that everywhere. And then in my bedroom, just have a rug. Because that's what I've got right now. I've got laminate in my bedroom, and then it's just a large, like, woven rug. So it's not fluffy. Because, no, that hurts me. No, see, I like that. I like grout tiles. That for me is like the ideal bathroom scenario. Like, that's just, that makes me happy. Like, yes, it's cold on your feet, and I get that, but also, like, back when I used to live with my parents, we had grout tiles in the bathroom, but there was underfloor heating, so it was still aesthetically just real nice, but it didn't cause you emotional pain in the winter. So, yeah, yeah. Nah, see, it wasn't that bad to clean, but then they were like sort of earth coloured, so they didn't ever look gross. It was a very sort of like neutral bathroom, and I liked it. It was inoffensive, and it just felt, it was almost spa-like, you know? Yeah, no. I try to avoid white anything wherever possible. With the exception of, like sinks and toilets. That's fine. I can deal with that. But no, like floors and walls and even like shower curtains, that, no. Off-white, I can deal with a lot more, but no, that is just upsetting. Like, no, that is just genuinely upsetting. I can understand that. No, cleaning stuff matters. I can get that. No, shower curtains, they are Satan. They're so awful. Like, just just get a pane of glass, please. Just don't even. Yeah, no. It's back to the whole, like, in the lab I was always like, wet gloves. Wet gloves? No. It's that. It's exactly the same thing. Like, don't touch me with a wet shower curtain because I will murder indiscriminately. No, wet gloves, you're wrong. You are provably wrong. That is unhinged. It's the same for like washing up. Like, if I've got my hands in a sink, my hands are in a sink. Fine. I'm not wearing gloves. No. Okay, right, pick a lane. So like you like okay, so it's like the bin bag gloves that you like the disposable thin plasticky ones that come with like hair dye kits and stuff. Yeah, see, the nitrile gloves are like, they're fine to wear as is, but again, any wet gloves for me is a hard no. No, I see. Okay, I can deal with the plasticky gloves because, like, I don't like it. It's not fun. But as you say, when you're dealing with like purple hair stuff, then whatever. But I can deal with them a lot more than like nitrile or rubber gloves. No, see, that's reasonable. That's fine. And those kinds of gloves I can get behind a lot more because it is just like wearing plastic bags on your hands. Like, that bothers me less. It still bothers me, but it bothers me less. But like I was, for a long time, I was handling making stabilizer in the lab because it was easy and I didn't want to put myself forward for anything because I was pretty new. But the wet gloves, like, I always had like a sheet of there was a wipe-all. I always had a wipe-all next to me so that I could just clean my hands off straight away as soon as they got wet. There was always one left by the sink, and there was always one left by wherever I was working. Yeah, no, that's a reasonable strategy, though. Like, I understand where your head was at for that. Because my nan does similar. She's got a box of gloves that she uses. But it's not just for, like, raw meat. She'll use them when she's cooking in general. Just to try and save having to scrub her hands too much, because she just gets really dry skin, so... Okay, no, that's fair enough. I mean, when I was using gel, which was a while ago now, like, I didn't mind getting it on my hands, I just went and washed them straight after. Like, it wasn't the best feeling in the world, but I wasn't super phased. Definitely recommend taking a needle to the arse instead. That's been much better. Much more effective, and also, I only have to deal with it once every 13 weeks. So, cool. Right, okay. Well, I mean, that's fair enough. It was kind of just like rubbing hair gel on your arms. Like, it didn't feel nice, but it wasn't, like, horrendous. Right, I see. But it's just, like, you've got... Have you got most of the CV, or have you done, like, all of the CV now? Okay. I was going to say, who are you going to get from Thermo? But correct. That is the best option. I'm pretty sure I put Susie down for me when I left. But then she's not there now anyway, so I'll have to change it. Yeah, no, definitely Dan. Definitely Dan. 110% Dan, yes. Job titles... I don't know, because... I don't know... You'd have to ask Dan about it, because I know that he's been a reference for people before. So, I'm not sure where he's at with that side of things. So just ask him for his deets, and he'll ping it across, because he's done it for a bunch of people before anyway, so it won't be a biggie. Because I don't know how... Like, I don't know how much these places will vet stuff like that. Because, objectively, he is the... like, the team lead. But also, on paper, he isn't. So... yeah, okay. Right. I don't know. I haven't... Well, no, I mean, I suppose I put in one lecturer as a reference from when I did my uni stuff. But I also haven't updated any of that in a very long time, so I don't know whether they're still there or not. I don't know, just ask around, I suppose. See what people say. Because they'll have done this a bunch of times. Yeah, no, that's fair. That makes total sense. As I say, they'll have done this a bunch of times, so it's honestly whatever. Thermo email addresses. Um, it was they just and it was just so. How do I do this without like? So it'd be like Dan's first name dot his last name at thermofisher.com. Pretty sure. Pretty sure. Like, I think that's how everyone's email was set up. Yeah, yeah. Which is funny because it's just like I still have the ability to send people emails because I know their email addresses. I just choose not to. Because I used to email myself stuff all the time. Like, anytime I had some paperwork that I needed to transfer between devices, I'd just email it to myself. And I'd still, like, receive outside emails on my work account. So you shouldn't have a problem. Every time Thermo comes up, my brain immediately goes to like, do I have any gossip? But I don't think I do. Since I told you about the whole division being bought, I don't think there's anything else to add. But then I only spoke to you a couple of days ago anyway. But that's just my default is like, ooh, what's the tea? Because it's just a perpetual shit show. And there's always something. I know they're organising another meetup, but I'm not going to go this time round because it's at like they're having to book a table for it and everything, and it's just it's I'd have to get someone to give me a lift, and then I'm just kind of stuck there until I'm able to get a lift back again, and it feels like one of those more. It's a little too formal for my liking, I suppose. I mean, it's a nice idea, and if it was something that I could walk to, then I'd probably go. But it's just, I don't know. I don't want to be obliged to be there for an unknown amount of time. I don't really enjoy social occasions. Like, I'll go because I want to see people, and it's nice to know what they're up to. And it's always fun catching up on the carnage. But it's one of those things. It's always like, in the run-up, I'm always just regretting having ever committed to going. Because it'll come to the point by the afternoon where I'm like, I just want to be here on my own and not have to go out anywhere this evening. But I know I have to, and it just sucks. I don't enjoy it. Like, I'll enjoy it when I get there, because it's nice to see people, and, you know. But it's one of those, like, the pros don't really outweigh the cons for me, you know? Whereas for, like, proper events and stuff, like, yeah, alright, I will go to this because I know that it's going to be a net plus. And it's not like a slight on any of the people that go to these things, because they're the only reason I show up in the first place. But just generally speaking, like, I don't enjoy social occasions. Yeah, no, I thought about him the other day. I need to try and get hold of him. Hang on, got to clear my throat. This is what happens when I'm talking for a long time and just, like, mumbling. Yeah, no, I've not spoken to him for ages, and I need to, because I've been thinking the same. He didn't come to the last social gathering, and I was hoping he would. So, yeah, definitely need to poke him. Definitely, definitely. Right, I'm going to move these out the way somewhere, and then work on something else for a little bit. Let me clear some of this out. Lots of little bits of paper. Because I want to start looking at patterning some other stuff. So, let me move all of these, and give me a sec. At least I've got somewhere I can move all this to. Like, I don't just have one workbench that is then occupied. Right. Let me have a look at this. Okay. Phone number for Dan. Ask him, because he might. So, because he's got a work phone. Eventually he got a work phone, but I don't know what the number for his work phone is. Because he might say just to do a different number. Like, I'm not sure. Okay, well then just leave it out for now, I guess. What's going to be the most sensible way of cutting this, I wonder? Yeah, I think I do the foot separate. It's not my foot. This is the... I wish I had calves that big. This is a friend of mine. And I'm making an armour set for her, because I have never made anything for someone else. So I thought, try. Yes, this is the gun friend, yes. So, yeah. And we have completely different body shapes. So I've had to rely exclusively on duct tape patterns. But we were also coming up on the weekend, so my thinking was, if I have something basic, I can just be like, yo, are you free this weekend? Can I try this on you before I continue? So I want to try and get as many bits roughly assembled as I can in advance. And then have her come and test stuff so I can chop things about, and then I've got a better idea. Because usually it's like, I'd do this, and then test it on myself, and then adjust it on myself, and then do the real version. But I can't do that. So I have to just hope that I can make this work. So that's the plan, is to hope. But also, I want to know what I'm working with. So, I could have been smart and bought some of my Warhammer minis out here with me, but I didn't do that. So instead, I'm going to Google images. Warhammer Battle Sisters. Assuming my phone connects to the Wi-Fi, which it's currently refusing to do. Epic. Imagine if I'd come into this, like, prepared. How weird would that have been? In fairness, like, usually with these kinds of projects, I will have assembled a ton of references beforehand. But because this is for somebody else, and I'm operating off of, like, 2 pictures she sent me, it's like, I don't really know what she wants, so I will just go with the super basics, and then have her dictate the rest to me as we go along. But I've painted enough of these to know pretty much how it goes together. Yeah, my phone's refusing to connect to anything. Sweet. Cool. Well, As I say, I know how this goes. I've painted these. I know how they look. My main thing is trying to keep everything reasonably consistent. So if I'd said that was the centre line, I'm inclined to roll with that being the centre line. And then we'll see. Because I usually prefer using these as, like, dummies rather than patterns. Because I have a massive problem with, like, transferring things from 2D to 3D in my head. Like, I can't do it. I need to have something physically in front of me, or I have no idea. So I'm really hoping I can figure this out. But we'll see. So I'm just going to trust the lines that I've already drawn on this, and hope that I was accurate enough at the time that this won't become a problem later. I wonder if I can peel off... Nah, probably not. This is well and truly stuck on here. So a lot of this cling film is going to be really irritating and get in the way. That'll help. So I'd already taped up her leg, and then, like, I don't know how well it translates on camera, but I'd drawn roughly, like, where the centre line is, and the same on her foot, and then drawn, like, where the sole of the shoe was. The light isn't helping a whole bunch with seeing the yellow Sharpie, but I hope that translates. So I at least know what I'm looking at when I start taking it to bits. Because it's easy to say, like, oh, you know, it's clearly a leg while it's assembled. But as soon as I have it in pieces, that's going to get a lot more difficult. So I have a foot and a shin and calf. Now I have to start marking things so that I don't forget how everything's oriented. So let me try and salvage a bunch of this, because I will definitely end up using it at some point. I'm a material hoarder and I hate wasting things. Okay, cool. Yeah, because I can see it, but it is awkward in, like, the white light from the light boxes and stuff. I can't salvage those. Right. So, where is my pot Sharpies? Right. Ah. Past me was smart and marked an arrow for everything being upright. Thank you, Past me, that's very cool. So if that was down there, I think I use this side and then try and take it down the middle, which I'd marked as being that, but doesn't necessarily look like it will be. Okay, right. Let me do the smart thing and say that this is the yeah. God, these pens stink, but at least they show up on black, so I'll take it. That is the... That is the knee. I'd say... Yeah, it doesn't when you first write on it, but then as it starts drying, it does show up. I promise it does, even if the camera's not picking it up. Like, it definitely does. I wonder if turning this off will work. Does that then show it? Just about. Here you go, you can kind of see. It does show up. Yeah, see, I have metallic ones, but they're indoors because I use them for fancy things, and I never think of doing that. Yeah, so it shows up enough. So like I can see it. But it just I could make my life a lot easier at several points, and I never do. And at this stage, I'm just kind of settling into that. So this is ankle. Cool. Did you also rob pens from the lab, or was that just me? Because I literally I have a whiteboard back here. I don't know whether it shows. Hang on. Let me quickly switch to this. There we go. Right. I have a whiteboard here, and in order to write on said whiteboard, I have a relic of the past. And it makes me chuckle every time. Yeah. No, I mean I had like a set of highlighters, which in fairness I had ordered, so I think that's fine. And I like dished out a load of different colours to all of yellow before I left. Nice, nice. I still have mine, but I don't know where I put it. I might have just stuck it away somewhere, just because I don't use it. So there'd be no point in me keeping it out. But yeah. I wonder if I can get away with doing that slightly differently. Because now I've got to think about the best way of cutting this to get it to sit flat. Because it'll be in several strips, but... excellent. Yeah. That's funny, I donated all of my uniform stuff to my granddad, and he loved it. He really, really... Actually, it was... he ended up wearing... On the day of his send-off, he was wearing a thermo-branded polo shirt. Yeah, literally, he was always wearing it. And it was the funniest thing, because I hated it. Yeah, right? But literally, when we were all deciding as a family what he was going to wear, we all said exactly the same thing. And it was the thermo polo shirt, his old blue fleece with a load of holes that he'd burned in it because he'd had a load of bonfires that were much too overzealous. And it was his tracksuit trousers that were too short for him, but he didn't care. He had like a little flat cap that he was always wearing. Yeah, right? Literally, like everything. We all said exactly the same stuff. So, and also there's a lot of satisfaction that comes from knowing that thermo merch has been literally cremated. Like that continues to give me a good giggle. So, yeah. That does make me smile. Amidst all the, pangs of, yeah, literally, and that was the whole purpose, was like, have him in what he was comfortable wearing. And that's all he ever cared about, was being comfortable. It drove Nan ballistic because he was always so scruffy. So we knew that we had to send him off scruffy. And in fairness, Nan didn't take much convincing. To start with, she was fairly anti, but when we'd said what we were thinking, she was like, no, you're right. You are definitely right. So... yeah, nah, see, I'm I'm the total opposite. Like, I want to go out dressed to absolute oblivion in my total finery. Like, make it as extra as you possibly can. As close to, like, as close as to when they used to bury pharaohs. Like, give me that shit. You know? Oh, no, yeah. No, I agree. Or like boxers and you've still got the label in the back, because why do they do that? Why? It's the worst. Yeah, right? That's the thing, is that I would want to go out styling. You know? Like, just flexing to the very end. That's my missive. Try-harding till the day and beyond. Yeah, no, I do exactly the same. I do the same. Well, it depends. Like, if they're made... Ideally, the labels will be sewn in with a line of stitching that's separate to the construction of the main body of whatever it's attached to. And then I can just unpick that line, and I don't have to have that annoying little stub that's still there and still scratches at you. But a lot of the time, it's just part of the seam, so I have to cut it and then pray that I can get it close enough to the seam that it doesn't still scratch me. But I completely understand and feel the pain. It's the worst. I hate it. Hate it so much. And it's one of those, like, I'll spend a while just, like, folding it up out the way and thinking, oh, it'll probably be fine. No. No, it isn't. It definitely isn't, and I know I'll eventually just have to remove it. Yeah. 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 Fortunately, I've grown up with this shit, so I always check. So that to me is reasonably second nature, so I can't say I've ever done that. But I understand why you would have. I understand completely why you would have. Right. I think I'm just going to wing this a little bit, because it's going to be tricky by the time it gets down here, but I can heat bend foam, so I'm not crazy worried. Yeah, you can. You definitely can. It is viable. It just sucks and is annoying. How do I want to label this? Thinking I might just cut it and then label it as I go. Smooth. Fair enough. Fair enough. I don't really do oversized
stuff. I think the only exception is I have a Pokemon hoodie that I live in, and that I deliberately got to be big, and it's been so useful, and I need to get another one because I love it, because it's just lightweight enough that I can wear it most of the year, and then, like, if it's cold, I'll just have another jacket over the top, and that's fine. But I'm sorely lacking in other hoodies. No, that's fair enough. What? How? How? When do you get the opportunity to wear that many specifically hoodies? Yeah, how does that... That's nuts. Yeah, like, if I had more, I'd wear more, but I only have... Actually, if we're talking specifically hoodies, I have one, and it's that one. Yeah, no, I need more, because, like, this jacket is great, but I use it exclusively for working in, so it's my sacrificial jacket. So I don't like wearing it out anywhere, because it's covered in, like, paint and random crap. So I need more jackets, really. But hoodies specifically, because I love hoodies. Right, how do I want to play this? Because I need all the pieces to lie flat, but I don't want to have too many pieces, but if I have a dart in any of them, that's going to show. So I don't want to do that. But then I want to have the flare, but then I can shape the flare, but this is going to be a lot of trial and error, I think. Limited edition. Okay, well, yeah, alright, if we're counting that, then yeah, I have maybe 2 School Leavers hoodies, because I had, like, one for, like, the main part at school, and then one after 6th form. 3 Leavers hoodies. Yeah, no, I don't have that. I think I have 2. I definitely have 1, but I think I have 2. I'm not sure. I know I've seen one of them fairly recently, because it was purple. And I remember wearing it. So, but I'm not sure. I definitely have 1. That's a weird thing to think about. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. No, thinking about, like, School Leavers and stuff, that's it's kind of a long time ago for me, if I'm honest. Like, it's been a little while. I try not to think about it too much, because it just gets to be a little bit weird, you know? Like, I've existed for longer than I think I have, and I am not super comfortable with that as a fact. Yeah, fair enough. No, again, Fleece went straight to my granddad, and he very much enjoyed it. So, I'm glad he got something out of it. You know? Like, that's a plus. I think I'm just going to do it like this and see what happens.
accepting that there's going to need to be... Yeah. Well, I can heat shape bits, so that's not the worst. But then, yeah. So that won't lie flat, but that's fine. This is gonna be tricky. Yeah, see, I did for a while, but I had like a proper purge a while ago now. Good couple of years at least. I just chucked out a ton of stuff. Maybe even like 3 years. It was a while ago. I just, literally, I just had like bin bags full of stuff. I was like, no, whatever, gone, fine. So now I just have like a couple of small rails of bits that I use constantly. And then like a box under my bed of t-shirts. Because I used to live in t-shirts the whole time I was at Thermo. It was just a rotation of t-shirts. I wonder... what's going to be the best way of approaching this? Because I know if it's at a curve, I'm going to have an easier time getting it to curve. Because this bit I can get flat, this bit I can't. So what if... what if... yeah, no, that's a thing. That is a thing. And I get why people are like that. But also, like, come on, man. Like, time exists and will continue to exist, and... I don't know, it's tricky, because, like, I get it, because I used to be a pretty horrendous hoarder. So, I can understand to a point, but also, like... I don't know. I think it depends what people are holding on to, you know? And I think in your case, when you consider a lot of the context, it ain't the clothes that your mum's trying to hold on to. Take that for what it definitely is. I don't know, man. People are weird. And I just objectively can't be bothered. Like, I really, really can't be bothered with it. I think if I just had darts in here, I could fix this. So let me see where it sucks the most, which is up here. So if I do that, and that, but then that does alter what's up there. But then I'm going to change the length anyway, right? But it's going to have to come in a lot. Because that's the only other thing I can think, is if I curved it. Because I only need half of this. I don't need the other half. Yeah, well, we do know, though, don't we? See, I have, but also, again, I have this real problem with translating things that are 2D into 3D and vice versa. So I know how it's supposed to look, but I'm going to really struggle to get to that point. So what I might do is leave this as is. Oh no, no, it kind of can. Okay, alright. So maybe what I'll do then is take it up slightly further, because by the time it flattens out, it does leave those darts, which is what I'd want. Okay. Then they'll have to be similar with this one, but I'm hoping I can do them a little more shallow. Yeah, they're just teeny darts, they're fine. That bit's going to be interesting as well, but we'll see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, that is weird. Yeah, that's fine. You do you. This is going to be a lot of me, like, rambling as I'm trying to figure stuff out. Because that still will not be super flat. But is it going to matter? I don't know. Best I can do is have this as a physical thing that I can then test on her over the weekend and see how it actually goes together, if it actually goes together. That seems like the most sensible bet, because I don't want to do this in too many pieces, because then it becomes awkward. So I think I will just stick with that. So yeah. And I can still use this half to test things on, so whatevs. Okay. I am going to try and make this into something. Now I have a bag down here full of scraps. Are they going to be any big enough for me to use for this? Potentially. Actually, there might be. Because this is all the stuff that I used when I was making my armour set for Comic-Con. So there's a load of, like, plaster dust still on a chunk of these, which just makes my heart happy, if I'm honest. Relics of the past. Yeah, I think that's going to be a problem. But how much of a problem? Because I can still shape stuff, so we'll see. We'll see. Okay. Let me try and translate these onto paper. So I at least have a rough idea of what I'm working with. Right. Do I have a pen out here? I do. Cool. And now to wing it. I have no idea how effective this is going to be. But also, who cares? It's fine. make that slightly wider, because I think it might help. Right, and then that was the core. This is that. Then I know the orientation, so good. Patterning is something I've always struggled with. I can make things, but the line between 2D and 3D just eludes me every single time. That's why I prefer sculpting things. It's like, you know whenever you had like a geometry paper or something in school, and they'd give you like tracing paper for moving shapes around and stuff, I always needed that. Always. I couldn't do anything without it. It was a requirement. Yeah, it's great. I used a ton of it when I was patterning the designs for all my stuff from October, and it was just amazing. I know I have more paper out. There we go, okay. I thought I did. I try to use scrap as much as I possibly can whenever I'm doing this kind of stuff, because, again, I hate wasting things. So I always hoard old scraps of paper and foam and cling film and all sorts. Especially when I'm basically just experimenting with stuff. Like the finals of things, cool, I'll make them nice. But initially it's just, nah, I just need a thing. I don't care about the niceness of the thing. That doesn't matter. And these can get chopped about anyway, so whatevs. Now, usually with these sorts of patterns, you'd also mark like where they're meant to meet to join them together. I'm not bothering with these because there's only going to be like 2 or 3 of them, so I'll know what goes where. As long as I can. So I'm aiming to be doing this until at least like 11. Whether I duck out in the meantime to like go get a drink or whatever, who knows, but that's the plan, is to at least be here till 11, because this afternoon I potentially have other things that I'm doing. I'm just waiting to hear. So
if you've got other bits to do, then don't feel obliged to hang around. Yeah, that's fine. You do you. Also, I'm making these darts slightly wider because they're going to end up being a lot wider because material thicknesses exist. So, when I say these are drafts, they're definitely drafts. The final thing is going to be different. It's going to be foam, which is lovely because working with foam is lush. It's the best. It's so quick and easy, and painting it is lovely, and assembling it is lovely, and it's... I would have made my last armour set out of foam if it wasn't going to have me overheat and die. So I was not able to. And that makes me sad. But this one's not for me, so it's okay. Yes, the end thing was all fiberglass, which took a very long time. But it's also in my room, sat on its own, perfectly happy. So yeah, it was slightly nuts. But it will also last forever, and I can keep wearing it forever, which makes me crazy happy, because I'm extremely proud of it. So... You never saw the final sword? No way. Really? Oh no, wait, hang on, the glass dagger. Is that what you mean? Because I never finished that. Ah, okay, yeah. No, I never finished that. I still have where I got up to with it. Yeah, I know. But alright, hear me out. Okay, hear me out. And I will preemptively... I will preemptively do this, because I accept that that's what this is, but I have decided that instead of going with, like, the sculpted version, because it was never even and it always bothered me, I have been 3D modelling a version to then 3D print, to then make nice, to then mould, and then cast in clear resin. So, yes, I'm using it, I'm making it a teachable moment. So, it's fine. And that's why I put the token in the fucking jar. Because I know what I am, and I accept what I am. But also, it will just be a lot better because of it. Yes. Knowledge is power, is what they tell me, and is how I cope. I'm gonna regret that jar so much. You do that. That sounds like a good use of time. I have too many tokens. I just got them off Amazon. I don't remember, like, what I searched to find them particularly, but... You're not gonna fit, are you? Son of a bitch. Okay. I did not search for cope tokens. I searched something along the lines of, like, plastic counters. Because my original intent for them was not for a cope jar. I was using them for something else. It then became the cope jar. I could. I actually could.
That's funny. That is an option. And that's going to be a problem, but oh well. Don't think I'm going to bother trying to cut these out with my blade. I think I'll just take some scissors to it, because that edge is going to be a bastard. And also, I don't know whether this will even hold up, so, you know, whatevs, I guess. Yeah, that's fine. You do you. I'm going to continue doing this. And I want to remember the orientation I've got this at, so I'm just going to go ba 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 ba, and then I'll remember. Because I want to try and cut these out and then see whether they will actually go together. Because they might not. And that's where the troubleshooting comes in. Because that's what a lot of this ends up being, is just testing stuff going, well, that didn't work, and then trying something new. I don't think I've actually made a proper foam armour set since I was 16. And that is a really, really scary thought. But also, that was my first ever armour set that I'd made. So, it was all quite a while ago. But also, it's been over a decade since I've made a full set of foam armour, and that's horrifying. Like, I ought to be more mortified over that than I am, frankly. That is egregious. Okay. Not quite. Yeah, no. Frustratingly close, but not quite. I'm determined that I will have some scraps in here that are usable. I don't want to be taking anything off of my main roll when I'm just making a mock-up. I'm finding all my old pieces, this is great. I'm just gonna get lost in the sauce down here, to be honest. It's just, this entire bag is filled with so many beautiful memories. Why is there a perfect circle? I don't know why I would have needed oh no, maybe it was when I was doing the moon for the chest piece? But that is a jarringly perfect circle to have cut. I don't think any of these are going to fit what I need them to. Because that tapers off too soon. Yeah. No. Don't make me break into my
main roll of stuff. No, this will fit. This will fit. Just, but it will. Perfect. Although, this is, you know, this is a fairly sentimental bit. Do I have the other one? I know I saw it. I saw it recently. Because the other one I hadn't actually assembled all the bits on the sides, so... It was just like a flat piece. Why am I attached to these things? I have the real thing. Why do I feel the need to care so much? Okay, well I found the other actual piece. So if I choose to keep one of them, this shouldn't be hurting me to the extent that it is. It's just, they are just scraps from my old set. From when I was, like, plaster casting myself. So I even have, like, the casts of this. I don't need these. I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it. I will get over myself. This is a form of therapy. I'm still so attached to that whole project. And I don't think I will ever lose that. It was kind of a major, like... It was a major project, yeah, but also it was the single most complicated and multimedia and just involved project I've ever done. Like, I've done some stuff, but that thing was diabolical, really. Like, thinking about all of the different stuff that went into that. In my defense, it was pretty nuts. I think I'm allowed to be attached to it. And that doesn't count as cope, because that's real. That's real. I'm allowed to be attached to it. What I'm not allowed to be attached to is a piece of foam from the mock-up. That I'm not allowed. Okay. I'm hoping that my contact glue is somewhere sensible. Because I'm going to need that to know whether any of this has actually worked.
needs to be deeper. So I'm just going to make it deeper. At least for that one. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Okay. Right. So hopefully I'll be able to bring all of these bits together. Probably want to start down there. Yeah, okay. Right, this will be the interesting bit, because it's either going to work a lot better than I expected, or it's just, like, not going to work at all, really. So, we'll see. Who knows? I'm expecting this one is going to be the tricky bit, because of how much that needs to curve. I'm expecting that to suck. But then I'm debating, do I just flatten that out? But then it's going to change the shape. Okay, right, I'll see how this works. If it is as tricky as I expect it's going to be at sort of this point down here, then I will cut this some more, redraw that pattern, and then try that piece again. Because I think that's what it's going to end up being. But that's fine. I need to try and figure out where I left my contact cement, because I remember seeing it. It's just whether it's out here or somewhere else, because everything is in disarray at the moment. Shocker, right? And I would have put it somewhere and thought at the time, oh, that's a sensible place to leave it. I'll remember that. I don't think it's out here. So it should be in here somewhere. It used to be in this pen pot, but I know I moved it. So where did I move it to? And what am I like this? Aha! No, I got it. Got it. Okay. That was fairly sensible. I think I'm allowed that one. Okay. Let me start by doing that bit. Do I have... because I know I'm going to make a mess with this. Do I have... any scrappy bits? Because I'll have to clean this off after I'm done with it. Okay, please don't have dried out. Pretty please. I also don't want to go too hard, because then it just won't stop. I mean, I can smell it, which is a good sign. Okay, no, it's fine. Good. Now, you only ever need a super tiny amount of this, which is great. And you just leave it for a while. Also, it absolutely stinks. So, you know, standard affair. Use in like a well-ventilated area, blah blah blah. All that good stuff. But it's literally, I will try and get it on camera, I don't know whether it'll work, but it's just the smallest film that goes on that joint. You can kind of see. This stuff is an actual godsend. Because then you just kind of like push it together. It is glue. Specifically, it is contact adhesive. It's actual liquid gold. Like, this stuff is amazing. Because as you can see, it works immediately. So I don't have to wait around for jack. Now, because this is a mock-up, I can justify sticking some tape on the back, just to make sure nothing comes undone. Cool. And then I'm going to do the same on the other bit. You only need like a teeny tiny amount. That is definitely too much. Ah, that bit's got a little bit dry. Okay. Let me try that again. Yeah. In fairness, I've had this tube for a very long time, so it will be drying out by this point. I've done my best to keep it in good condition. Just try and get rid of some of that. Cool. You literally, you just leave it to like dry down for what? Ideally like a minute or so. I have to not be impatient. Because it's quick, it's fine. It's really quick. Yet somehow it's still not quick enough. And that's probably fine. Oh, no, everything's working. Okay. It is worth noting, though, that once you stick something together with this, it's stuck. So, you know, try to make sure that you've definitely got it where you want it. With those little bits, it's not such a problem, but like, when you have a long line of it, like when I go to join these together, there is a strap that you can use to not have it stick to itself. Smooth. Don't think there's a lot I can do to help you with that. Yep, I dare say ow is a reasonable response. Right, while that's drying down, I am going to open up the doorway over here so that I'm not leaving myself in a room with glue fumes. Because, yeah, it's only a tiny amount, so I'll be fine, but also, I like to practice what I preach. Right. Yes, exactly. So, that's about fine. So then, I remember that. I remember that. Because you were, like, delirious. It was really bad. Were you at least doing that in front of the fume hoods, or were you just, like, raw dogging those fumes? I see. Yeah, no, I hate that. Because when I've been doing that before, I've had, like, 2 fume hoods over it. Because I hate it. I genuinely could never. Ah, okay. That's better than nothing, I suppose. Yeah, but one of the more fun times that were had, amidst, you know, everything else. Yeah, no, that's bad. Don't do that. Why would you do that? Yeah. Like, it's, okay. In some cases, I'm, like, super conscious of everything. Like, with fumes and chemicals and that side of things, I'm obscenely strict. With things that are sharp and hot, I'm not. I'm just stupid. So, I'll be in, like, a full respirator if I'm dealing with dust, because I don't want to mess with that. And, like, with tiny amounts of glue, I have opened up half a building. But I will also, like... I did manage to drop a scalpel on my foot once, and it's total luck that I happened to be in shoes at the time. Yeah, no, that, honestly, that is reasonable. That is one of those things that I can understand. But yeah, with things that are just sharp or whatever, meh. Alright. I'm listening. I'm going to put this line of glue on this thing, and then I will read. Because it dries really quick, so time matters. Okay. Yes. Why would you not think that... Yeah, no, that is a questionable stance to hold. Also, I think this is just like a kid's sculpting tool. It might be from a Play-Doh set. I don't know. Yeah, no, that is definitely a stance, I guess. Well, yeah, these things can be funny in hindsight. A bit like Aaron and I ending up at A&E. That's, like, at the time, not funny. Now, very funny. Yeah, this is definitely dried out. It's not working as well as it should be, but also, I don't care that much. It doesn't need to work that well for this. I can tape a lot of it. Oh, hey! Nice to see you again. We're just reminiscing about our old work days. Yeah, fun is one word for it, for sure. That's nice. I'm glad. Yeah, Assad falling asleep is... that's on the bingo card, really, you know? Like, that's some pretty standard affair. I'm glad that Chris was the one that drove Aaron and I, because ain't no way. Ain't no way. Well, that's funny, because no one stopped me when I said that we were all going. But then I suppose they wouldn't, would they? But I think was yours was after mine anyway, wasn't it? I think. Fairly sure. Morning's good, actually. Thank you, Crystal. I hope you're good in your very early morning, I assume. It's been nice this morning, actually. It's not been too warm, it's not been too cold. Yeah, I thought it was after. Yeah, okay. Cool. Well, that's good. It's the temperature is always the kicker. That's the thing that's going to make or break. Now, I need to use a strategy for this. So, I have 2 lines of glue on here. If any parts of these glue touch, they will stick and they will not come undone. So there is a strap, and it's called a bit of paper. Because if you can stop the glue from touching, then it won't stick. And I've got to try and knit all of these together in like weird and awkward shapes. So I'm actually going to use a bigger bit of paper, because I don't want to risk this a whole bunch. But yeah, that's the whole strategy. Yeah. So it'll dry down to like a film, but it won't do anything past that. Yeah, it's obscenely useful. So I now have to try and really carefully knit this together. And because this is an old tube of glue, there's every chance that it will just not work as well as I'd like it to. So I have masking tape as well. Yeah, go for it. 2:30 in the morning, jeez. Yo, okay. No, that is an excellent use of time, actually. I rate that. Because I know a couple of mates of mine, as soon as it was announced, they were like, oh my god, yes, absolutely, that is a requirement. And I've been tempted to get it, because I loved the first one, just because of the shitpost potential. And then this one's taken that and dialed it up to like 11, which is amazing. So I have really enjoyed seeing the stupid things that people have been doing on there. I hope you guys are having fun with it. I know I've enjoyed seeing what my friends have been doing with it. Good. Yeah. Oh, it is just absolute carnage. The most beautiful, messed up carnage. Okay, well that point's going to be an issue, but I can fix that. Alright, well now I know. But that lower edge worked really well. So... yeah, honestly, it looks like a lot of fun. Okay. So that bit actually worked out really well. So what I might be able to do is just run it in strips, maybe. Oh, that's so savage. That is brutal. I remember way back when the Wii first came out, my brother used the basic Mii as his for the longest time, because the customization was so limited, and also he was just very basic, so that is funny. That takes me back. Okay, so I think I can get this to work, because that first bit was perfect, which makes me wonder whether I even need to have the darts in there. Because I might not. I might not need to. I don't know. I'll have to think on this one. Yeah, honestly, the Wii is an incredible console. One of the best. Yeah, I think I can get away with doing this in strips without darts. Because I don't like the way that darts always end up sitting. I mean, I'd have moved these down so it was all level, but if I just had this in more strips, I think I'd have a better chance. Because that first bit worked really well. Like, that was great. So if I just split this into more pieces, then maybe. So I will set these off to one side, and I'll work on the other bit. Jeez, that takes me back. Blimey. I mean, it's definitely not my favourite game, but it was a banger. It was definitely a banger. Mario Kart is just goated. Okay, right. one of the best ways to play Mario Kart, I've probably told you this before, but Drink Drive Mario Kart is one of the best party games ever. I don't know whether I've explained the rules to you before. They're very simple. But the whole premise is that you have a glass or a can or a bottle of your alcoholic beverage of choice. And the rule is you have to have finished that before you cross the finish line at the end of the whole match. So like you can't win until you finished your drink. That's the rule. It's the only rule. And the strategies that people have for necking this is amazing. Everyone does something slightly different. So like one mate will just he's a tank. So he'll just do all 3 laps, stop just before the finish line, and then chug whatever he's got. Just down it in one as quickly as he can. Another mate is also a tank, but he does that at the very start, so he'll neck the whole lot and then race. Most people will pull over periodically, drink, and then start again, because you can't drink and drive. You're not allowed to drink and drive. And it's so funny. Like one of the big strats is every time you get like blue shelled, just go, because you're not driving, so it's fine. But it's one of the funniest things to watch. And I don't drink, so I'm not allowed to participate. But watching is very funny. Yeah, can't drink and drive. So you have to pull over. Or you have to, like every time you drive off an edge on Rainbow Road, fine. Have a sip. Whatever. But the drinking and driving it's what makes it funny. So I strongly recommend that as a party game for anyone and everyone that enjoys games and also drinks, I guess. I mean, I've played a couple of times, but just with a glass of water, and it felt like cheating, so I stopped doing it. But yeah, Rainbow Road, it's where you go when you die. Wonder how many pieces I'll be able to get out of this. That should be enough marks, right? Ah, no, that would just be alcohol poisoning. You wouldn't want that. I'd say friends don't poison each other, but that's kind of a lie. Regardless, I wouldn't recommend that. In fairness, I'm actually fairly good at drifting those turns. I can manage it sort of, what, 8 times out of 10? But then I'm also not drunk, so I have an advantage. Yeah, that's the thing. But then also my drifting comes from a childhood obsession with Sonic Riders on PlayStation 2. I was genuinely immaculate at that game. I was stupidly good at that game. And I now have like the inbuilt drift system that I can apply to Mario Kart. So, corners, fine. Whatevs. Easy peasy. Nah. So, I don't know, because first, I'm trying to think what counts as my first one. Because I have had many consoles over the years. And the first one that I remember with the most clarity was the Super Nintendo. And that has a very, very special place in my heart. Never had a DS! No! No, you've been robbed. But hang on, you're an only child though, right? Yes, okay. Well then you've not been as robbed. Because the primary function of the DS was PictoChat. If you know, you know. If you were growing up with a DS and you had a sibling, PictoChat. It was the primary form of communication. The amount of espionage that was conducted on PictoChat, you have no idea. It was an immaculate bit of kit. I'm going to make this up as I go along. And I'm going to hope and pray. No, yeah, no, that is the worst. Really, Nintendogs? That's your justification? But then, anytime I talk about Nintendo stuff, I feel like I'm approaching it from a very elitist standpoint. Because that was my jam. Nintendogs, Mario Kart, Tomodachi Life, and Pokemon. Yeah, okay. That doesn't surprise me. I should be more wounded by that than I am. It's purely because I'm not surprised that I'm not. And it's going to be the same with Zelda. Like, I know you haven't, and it will upset me, but I just am unsurprised, to be honest. Okay, right. So you were a proper PC gamer. Fair enough. I
So my laptop story is a weird one. Oh, right. I see. Yeah, no. My family gave up on that one very, very quickly. Yeah, no. No. Like, extended family would, like, Christmas time was always an awkward one. But, like, immediate family just knew and were like, nah, I'm not even gonna bother. Like, you and your brother are both getting Lego, which was immaculate. So, I'm not surprised. It's a crazy time where you guys are. So that does make sense. It's when you get to that point where, like, your eyes are doing that thing and you're just kind of like sort of jumping awake again. That's the one. Harry Potter Lego. I never had any Harry Potter Lego. Mine was always Star Wars Lego. Like, that for me is just the pinnacle. Yeah, no, that definitely is. That is how that goes. I can probably get away with doing a few of these in a wanna. Let's see. I feel like that bit's important. Try not to draw around my thumb. Jeez. That's some cool shit. I'm not gonna lie. I've never actually looked into the Harry Potter sets. I know that they exist, but I don't know, like, what scenes are out there. Yeah, it's awkward, right? I so it was it was one of my first hyperfixations when I was younger. So I knew everything, had everything, and then I grew out of it, or I just switched fixations, I guess, by like my sort of, I'd say, early teens. So by the time everything kind of hit the fan that did, I wasn't attached to it anymore anyway. So didn't really affect me a whole bunch, to be honest. Technic is amazing. So yeah, that's a progression. Harry Potter to Sims and cars. Cool. Nice. That's that is a perfectly legitimate use of free will.
I can respect that. Yeah, no, honestly, it's so expensive. I don't remember who I was lamenting to about this the other day. It might have been the mate I play Dead by Daylight with, because he's a massive Star Wars nerd. And I was saying, like, I remember as a kid looking at the Lego 8080 Walker and thinking, my god, when I'm an adult, I'm buying that. And now I'm an adult, and inflation exists. And I'm looking at it like, poor childhood me had no idea. And it's so sad. It's just sad. Yeah, it genuinely is. Yeah, no, it sucks because it is such a massive part of so many childhoods, and I'm pretty sure most people in my position at that age would have been thinking similarly. And now they will be adults, and they will be, again, thinking along the same lines, and it's just depressing. Really? Monster? That's how you're gauging this? Christ. God, that sucks. Those are. I mean, I've heard of inflation being measured in Freddos, but Monster is a first. Yeah, no, that's I think a lot of people have that same stance around the franchise these days. I'm indifferent because I stopped caring a while ago, and I've not looked into enough specifics to comment, so I don't. Um, but I think most people I know of hold the same opinion. Okay, right, yeah. No, 17 sounds about the right age for Monster, so reasonable, I guess. Petrol, jeez. Well, see, petrol is like petrol and eggs are like the two things that I expect people to measure inflation by. And milk, actually. And milk. Monster just caught me by surprise. Jeez. That is a massive yikes. Got excited at 152. Bloody hell. I don't know, man. I try not to think about these things a whole bunch. Because it just becomes pretty dystopian pretty quick. It's the same, like, it's the same premise as the whole politics discussion. Like, everyone knows, we're just choosing not to talk about it. Yeah, that's the thing. And that's why, like, because Aaron kept harassing me for ages over, like, oh, why aren't you learning to drive? You could, take your grandparents' places, blah, blah, blah. It's fucking expensive, man. It's expensive. Like, and where I'm at is pretty well connected to other places, so I can get buses and trains if I need to, and I also have friends, and if I'm going somewhere, I'm probably going with them, so I just give them money for fuel and we're good. And then I don't have to worry about insurance and MOT and breakdown and all the stuff that comes with vehicles, because it is just so expensive. It's genuinely nuts. Yeah, well, and that's the trade-off, right? Is that I have taken that stance whilst also accepting that my options are a lot more limited. So I'll take the L on that one, basically. Yeah, no, I'm exactly the same. It's like, those are some nice words you just said, I think. Yeah, exactly. Oh, okay. Interesting. I don't know though, because like the US has always been so strange to me, and not just in the ways that everyone says, but I mean like because here we can walk most places, but in the US it's like you have to drive most places, right? Like it most for the most part you can get by with not having a car. But I think a lot of places in the US, like, that's just not a thing. Like, you have to drive to get
to stuff. Jeez. Wow. Yeah, that is a big difference. Holy crap. I mean, like, I know that it is huge, right? But also, I have absolutely no perspective on how huge. Because I've never been. So I don't know. It's still... It's crazy to me that, like, you have to get flights that are hours long to get from one state to another. Like, that blows my mind. Because you can drive the length of the UK in less time. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, because I've just never had anything to compare it to, really. So I wouldn't know. Yeah, that sounds about right. I measure everything in song duration. And it depends on, like, how many songs I can fit in on a journey, and then I have a rough idea. Like, I know that I can make it from my house to the top of the hill leading into town in just under the duration of a song. I see, yeah. No, that makes sense. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I feel that. I do feel that, but also I do have very specific average times for things. Like, I can get from where I live to where I used to work, on average, exactly 36 minutes. Don't know why that's the case, but it is. It is specifically 36 minutes. I see. In fairness, that distance that I used to cover, like, Google said it should have taken me 50 minutes. So, I was doing pretty good, all things considered.
but I don't walk slowly. So, as Wallfire can confirm, I'm not a slow walker. Okay. Beehive state. I mean, I have heard of Utah for religious things, so... that's so obscure. Also, who's messaging me? I need to check, because it could be the mate that I'm meant to be seeing this afternoon. But that could not be the case. Yeah, that is super random. Why can I not get any of my messages out here? Nope, nothing's working. Awesome. Oh well, it's probably not important. That's oddly specific. Let's see if my second test of this is going to work any better than my first one. Hopefully it do. And I should be able to get these to fit on a load of scraps, so... Do I have any more that could work here? Don't think I do. I think they're all going to be... no, you might work. I think most of these are going to be too small. Probably. No, you're too small. But you might work for one later, so... that's definitely not going to work. You might work later. Yeah, you'll do. What is the time? Okay, gone 10. That's not bad. That's not bad. Considering I was aiming to be here till 11. Because I was going to go get lunch around that sort of time. And then in fairness, if my mate doesn't get back to me, there's every chance I will just come back. Yes. Not my doggo. Neighbour's doggo. And I'm very jealous because I've not met the doggo yet. Because he is a puppy but my nan has met him. And I'm so mad about it. Because I would love to meet the doggo. Alas. Maybe at some point I'll get lucky. I do miss having a dog, though. It's been a long time. Yeah. Very freaking cute. Who knows? Maybe at some point. Maybe I'll get lucky. They take him out for walks pretty regularly, so there's every chance at some point I'll be leaving the house and I'll finally get the opportunity. What kind of doggo do you have? Because all doggo are best doggo, but I'm still curious. Oh my god, that's very cute. Shit. Oh no, I wasn't. I was unprepared for that. Damn. Yeah, okay, that's hella cute. I am jealous. Let it be known. Yeah, damn. Fun size. That is... I don't know, why has that ruined my day? I want... I want so bad. Damn it. I'm obscenely jealous. Yes, absolutely. It's going to ruin my day further, but at this point, why not? The suspense is killing me. Like, I can't think about anything else right now. Ah, good timing. There is promise of dog pics. And the suspense is actually going to send me to an early grave. Yeah, go for it. It should be enabled, because Warfire managed it earlier. Yeah, no, it was still the stream. Hey, how do you think I feel? I've been awake since 12:30. Right. Let me give this a go. Oh my god! Oh no! Oh my god, there's more! Oh! Oh my god! Oh my... Okay, alright, yeah. Yeah, day ruined. God damn. He's exactly the same as my childhood bestie. She had a dog called Poppy, who was exactly the same, and she was literally just like almost palm-sized. She was so small, and she was just carried around everywhere. Damn. And I'm painfully jealous of that as a setup. Like, I can't overlook the carpet by the shower, but the sausage dog called Sizzles. So good. That is so good. I can respect that. Cute. Damn it. Alright, well, you're gonna have to take pics of Sizzles. And I'm going to demand that I get to see them. And I don't care what this complete stranger says about you taking pictures of her dog. You have to do it anyway. Because I've demanded it. No! I did. Ah, damn it. Just physically rejected that. Why would you do that to me? Ah, that's cute. I like that. That's good. That's a fun origin story. That is adorbs. Damn it. Really? That's the reason. I I didn't know that was the reason. I just knew he was called Monty. Bentley's great. Bentley's a great name. I'm assuming that, yeah, I was gonna say, autocorrect changed EP, didn't it? Yep, yep. It's fine. At this point, I'm fluent in autocorrect, because I too use stupid made-up words, as do most of my friends, so I understood what you were getting at. It's all good. Monty, Bentley, Lucas, or Freddy? Okay. Yeah, Freddy's also cute. Freddy is also a cute name. I don't know, whenever it comes to, like, naming pets, I always default to, like, the unnecessarily fancy ones. Like, you know that one meme? That one meme with the dog that's Lord Foog the Toost. That's one of my favourite, like, pet names ever. Because it's just dumb. And or, like, whenever you get, like, cats that are like Lord something or Sir something, and it's perfect. So I always, like, when I eventually have a dog of my own, it will be something in that vein. 110%. That's cute. Montosaurus. Nice. Nice. I approve of Montosaurus. My, my mate that's the Star Wars fan, he and his wife, who is also a friend of mine, they got a cat a while back now. And I was so proud to hear what they'd ended up calling this cat. Emperor Palpatine. It's incredible. Genuinely incredible. I mean, for sure, we all just refer to him as Porps, but knowing that he is Emperor Palpatine is just so good. So good. You should be sorry, because I am hella miffed now. How dare you have the most gorgeous little ball of fuzz. So rude. that yes, you ought to go and sleep. That is honestly sane. So, fair play. But thanks for hanging out. Thanks for stopping by. I will try to be more regular with all of this. I've just had a week of technical difficulties. So, yeah, right? Palpatine. It's brilliant. So good. But yeah, I should be... I swear I'm trying. Every day this week I've tried, and something has cropped up, or gone wrong, or gotten in the way. But I will continue to try. So, hold me to it, because I need the external accountability. I thought that was thunder, but it's just someone rolling a bin around. That threw me for a second. You can't be holding people to ransom in my chat. But also, it's for pictures of Monty, so I'll allow it. Oh, I have to request access, apparently. That's funny. Rude. Alright. Should be fixed? Okay. I will try again then. I'm also going to have to change this. Jeez. Couldn't just... Right. Can I just view these as... Yeah, that was a bin trunk. Can I just... Oh, he's cute. He is cute. I'm just having to open all of these individually, which is really irritating. Oh, that second pick. Damn it with the ears. Gonna get me with the ears. Sleeping. Adorbs. Obviously. I like the motion blur. The motion blur while he's playing, that goes hard. Yep, the crazed eyes. Excellent. Yep, amazing. I understand the Montosaurus now. Oh my god, the last one, he's so cute! Oh no! Yeah, alright, you win. I mean, you both win, really. He's trying to bite you. Excellent. That's great. Damn it. You lot and your having of dogs. So rude. So rude. Painfully adorable, though. Painfully adorable. Okay. I'm going to try and see if this will work. I really hope it does. I also realise I've not explained any of this as I've been going. I've just been going. So I will blitz through a quick recap. So when I was first cutting all of these out, not being able to see the pen is really unhelpful, but I drew lines horizontally so that when I cut through, there'd be a clear point where each piece was meant to connect, which is really more apparent on these. So I know that that has to join there, that has to join there, and so on, which seems obvious and like you wouldn't need those there, but trust me, when you have to align pieces and they fit along a curve, you need those. So I'm going to try and glue these together and see if it works. well, less if it works and more how well it works. And whether I need to do any more messing about with stuff, because I'm hoping that I don't, to be honest. Because a lot of this I could use my heat gun for and shape it with that. But then that kind of relies on... It gets complicated. If I can do as much structurally from the beginning as I can, it's going to be a lot easier. So, check Discord. For God's sake. Right. That is a collection of images. Hang on. Okay. You know what? That was worth it. Fine. Fine. That was... Yeah, that was worth it. You win this round. That was funny. I will grant you that one. I'm definitely going to need to get a new tube of this. I will read your message in a second. Bear with. Right. Oh, that's good. That makes a lot of sense. I always like compilations like that. Like, there are also like the panorama photo mode. So funny. There are a lot of pictures from group excursions where one of us is in the shot and it makes for the most beautifully cursed image. Because they've always been my faves. Like, yeah, we have some pretty stunning pictures from, like, up mountains and at, like, Jurassic coastlines. But nah, I want the cursed panorama where, like, someone's body is split into several pieces and they're just off to one side. Give me that all day. Yeah. Oh, it's just the best, because you've got, like, this amazing cinematic vista, and then some cryptid lurking in the corner. It's brilliant. My bitrate is a little inconsistent. Hoping it fixes itself. let's see if I can get this to work. Now, because these are smaller pieces, I'm hoping I don't end up... Nah, screw it, I'll use a bit of paper anyway. I don't want to risk that. Right. I'm now going to try and marry things up in relation to the marks that I've made. Hooray. And hopefully by the end of it, I will have a thing that makes sense. That one does. Okay. So it's a little off in some places, but I'm not all too phased with that. That's not the worst. For the most part, it's done the thing and formed a curve. What do you know? Okay. There is hope yet. Right. Let's try and do the same for the next piece. And then it's a lot of pieces to have for one, like, shin bit. Hey! Thank you for the follow. That's very awesome. I appreciate it. Ah, awesome. Hey. Wow, what time is it there? Because I've having had discussions with people from the States, I forget that, like, time zones exist. So I hope it's not, like, anything crazy. It's easy to forget, because I operate at strange times. Yeah, no, my geography is not it. So, don't ask me. And it's never been a problem, because one of my friends is really into cartography. So, I always just rely on him. Not that I'd recommend relying on him for going up mountains, because we still got lost. 11:40, okay. Okay, yeah. So it is only an hour. Nice. No, that's good. Not the 3 a.m. sort of thing that I'm used to people saying. I am making a set of foam armour for a friend of mine, and the plan is to go for the Warhammer Battle Sisters. That's the aim. But at the minute, it's very much just prototyping things to see how it all fits together. And then I will summon her, try it on her, and then cut it about as I need to. Yo, that's pretty hype. What faction? Now keep in mind, I'm not a big Warhammer nerd. Like, I know some stuff, but yo, okay, now that's awesome. Damn. That must be pretty involved, though. Like, a lot is going to go into that. Like I say, my knowledge on the whole is pretty limited. But I have a vague idea. Oh, thanks. Okay, yeah. I will have a look. Yes. See, and that's the thing. Like, I am pretty much exactly the same. I'm not... I don't play Warhammer, but I like faffing with the minis, and I have friends that like faffing with the minis and will sit and paint stuff and talk, and, you know, I suppose it's kind of our equivalent of like a pub social, you know? We'll go around a mate's house and have some snacks and paint some miniatures. It's all fun. It's all a bit of fun. And I'm not super deep on, like, the lore aspects of things. One of my friends very much is. He is obsessed with it. But I'm not the same. So... Gee. An entire army. Yikes. That's a lot. That is a lot. But then I suppose COVID was a long time. So I guess you had a while to do these things. I forget how long it was, because it seems like it was such a long time ago now. That's cool. Oddly specific, but that's cool. I was going to say, if you still had it, I'd like to see. But then it kind of occurred to me in the same thought, you might not. Yes. Yes, I did.
yeah, enjoy my Insta. it's it's just a lot. There's a lot on there. Yeah, he was super chill. Well, I say chill. He had a lot of energy, but he was very just kind of just nice. He was just nice. Oh, sweet. It was the first time that I'd ever like queued to meet someone. Oh, awesome. No, that's very, very cool. Like I don't really do like meet and greet stuff. Neil was the only person I'd ever waited for, really, and like it's so, I don't want to put a downer on things, right? And it's not the fault of the people that you're queuing to see, but also I literally was queuing the entire day to get a picture and get a thing signed. And I get it, but also I'm not going to be doing that again. And as I say, it's so not the fault of any of the people that are at these sorts of events. I just wish the organisers could have a better system so that people can actually walk around and enjoy the con at some point in the day, you know? So as nice as it was to meet him, and he was really sweet, that memory for me is still tainted by the experience of having to wait around all day and that being pretty horrendous. Yeah. Yeah. See, that was the thing, is that I went to queue and was like, okay, well, I'll just get this out the way. But by the time I got to the queue, like, everyone rushed it so quickly that I was still a fair way that, like, the queue itself ended up wrapping round, like, the entire hall. And I was along the wall of the booth, so I was close. And it still took me all day to get there. I think we didn't get around to him until, like, what, maybe sort of 4 p.m.-ish? It was mental. So, yeah, I just literally had to sacrifice the entire day. And that really sucked. But also, it's one of those, like, I'm not planning to do that again. So, it's just one of those, okay, I've got that memory now. That's a nice thing to have. Okay. See, that was something else that I was concerned with, because there were lots of people that were in the queue that I knew, that I also knew had mobility issues and health problems, and, like, it was frustrating to see that there weren't more considerations around that sort of thing. Like, for me, an ideal system would be like a ticket system. Or, like, you book a slot, and then you just show up at that time slot. And, like, because they did that when the pop-up Pokemon Center was in the XL. Like, that's the system they had for that. Was like, you had a time slot. And then they'd come call your slot, and then you'd go queue. Like, something like that would be great, because then you can do other things around that slot. Oh, that is amazing. That is amazing. What a legend. That's so sweet. And this is what I mean by, like, it's never... And I felt really shit, because, like,
I wanted to be more hype than I was, because I just felt so grim for having been just stuck in one place all day. And, like, I couldn't leave to go get, like, proper food or anything. Like, I was just stuck. And I didn't want that to be, like, cemented as my memory for the day. But also, I kind of couldn't help it a whole bunch. It just sucked. So I really don't think there's going to be a circumstance where I'd queue for someone again. Yeah. Yeah. No, it was so tricky because there were so many people that were queuing for him. So, like, by the time I got to him, I was very aware, and, like, I didn't want to take up a lot of time. So we had a very brief chat, and then I just kind of took myself off, because that's like, I'm not getting in anyone's way, you know? And I appreciate that then is on me. But also, it is just kind of like... It is just one of those, really. So I've been here all day for, like, a 3-minute conversation, and now I'm out. I think it's just the meet and greet system. Like, mad respect if that's your thing and that's what you like to do, because I could not. Like, there's no way. Because that, for me, on its own, was... that was enough. Well, fair cop. Thanks for stopping by. And nice to meet you too. Yeah, no. It definitely wasn't for me. But we'll see. Maybe I'll change my stance at some point and give it another crack. But that's not going to be for a while. Hope you have a decent rest of your day. And I will check out your orc work. Yes. Yep. It is the nicest, quickest way of assembling these things. So, I get it. I definitely get it. I will have a look. At least I know this has worked. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to transfer the same marks onto the backs of these so I've got distinct sides, because I'll get confused. And then I'll make the mirror, see how that goes together, and then hopefully everything will work out the way that it needs to. That'd be nice. Because if it all goes together and it all is shaped in the way it should be, then great, I can just make the real thing from these as patterns. if I can at least get the shin guards done, or if I can get one of them done, then I'll be in a decent position to test things. Though it is getting on for 11. Yeah, it's true. And see, I have the advantage in that I'm not short, so I can just kind of stand there and shake it out until it all fits as it ought to. But you are a little bit smaller than me, so I mean, you're not, you know, you're not short, but you're not as tall. So, you know, I'm just saying, I am not short. It's not. There's no insinuation there. There's, you know, don't read into it. Are you sure? Yeah. Smooth. Smooth. You missed. Smooth. Okay, nice one. I just meant in duvet terms. You're sure you're 5'8"? But I am like, you can tell that I am taller than you. And I am 5'9". So are you sure? Because I don't want to have to measure how tall I am right now. Not least because I'd have to ask my nan to help. See, I want to check now. But I also don't want to check. Because if I end up not being 5'9", I'm going to be really upset. But I'm definitely taller than you. You know what? I'm choosing not to find out. I'm choosing not to find out. Because that would actually ruin my day. Okay, cool. Yeah, so it can only be good. 5'7" was okay. Right. I will take being at least 5'9". Height is a scam. Look, the whole 6 foot thing, ignore it. Ignore it. It doesn't matter as much as people think it does. Like, it really doesn't. Short kings. My immediate response to that was to say, I'm not short. And I feel like that says more than I'd like it to. Because I'm not. But also, why am I getting so defensive over that? I've literally never cared until actually right now. No. Under 6 foot is not short. That's not how that works. I don't know when this was decided and who decided this, but that's not a thing.
Like, if you are 6 foot up, you're just tall. That doesn't make anything else short. Don't he me. Okay? Don't do this. That's not, I object to that on a logical level. Like, that just doesn't make sense. Yes, I would say 5 foot and under. That to me is short. Because, like, well, actually, the friend that I'm making all of this for, I believe she is exactly 5 foot, and I would definitely say she was short. Yeah, I mean, that's... yeah. I'm hesitating because I feel like a lot of people fit into the just above 5 foot category. Yeah, and that's what, like, no, they're just tall. They are just tall. But there is an in-between where you are average. You're just average. And I think that average is between 5 and 6 foot. Right? Like, that's the kind of the spectrum of average. Yes, that's fine. I am at peace with being average height. Fine. Don't finish that. Don't finish that anecdote. Because what? How is that even? No. No, shut up. Shut up. Because how does that even apply here? What do you mean? What are you? Yeah, no. No, it doesn't. It literally doesn't. Okay, right. It's gone 11. I should go and get lunch. And then I'm going to double check. But if my mate still hasn't got back to me, I am just going to come back out here and finish this. So, yeah, I can tell, to be honest. So, right, here's a strap. I'm going to peace out, go eat something, and then realistically probably actually just come back here for around midday-ish. Aiming for 12. Yeah, and I'm going to commit to that because even if my mate gets back to me, I want to at least finish one of these. So I'm going to do that. Gee, okay. Yeah. You might wanna you might wanna crack on with that, to be honest. I'm gonna go and contend with stuff. Oh, okay, well that's not so bad. That's not so bad. Alright. Well, I'm gonna go deal with bits and pieces, and then I'm gonna come back and make the other half of this. I also have a Snapchat. Could that be anything that I care about? Or is it just going to be that thing that it does where it's like, oh, IGN says this and whatever. Oh no, it's a snap. Okay, alright. Well, I'll check that in a sec. Cool. Yes, maybe see you later. I'd say if you need help, then poke me, but also don't because I'll be busy. so never mind. But yeah, maybe see you later. And for now, I'm gonna
hit one of these and dip for a little bit. So, yeah, laters.